Hello there. Tonight we are going to Paris. It is the morning of August 30th, 1997, and the most photographed woman in the world is in the Ritz Hotel on the Place Vendôme, and she has 17 hours left to live. Before we begin, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, and tell me in the comments where you are listening from and what time it is for you. Now let's begin. She is 36 years old. This is the first thing to hold on to, because 36 is young enough that the word young still applies, and old enough that the person has become fully themselves. And Diana Frances Spencer, Princess of Wales, mother of 2 princes, former wife of the heir to the British throne, had by August 1997 become more fully herself than she had ever been in her life. The years of the marriage, the years of the formal public role, constrained by palace protocol and by Charles's world, and by the specific suffocation of a relationship that had been wrong from the beginning, those years were over. The divorce had been finalized in August 1996, exactly 1 year before this weekend. She had given up her title of Her Royal Highness. She had moved from Kensington Palace to a private apartment. She had, in ways that the people who knew her described consistently, become lighter, more herself, more present to her own life than she had been in years. She was also, by August 1997, in a relationship with Dodi Fayed, the son of Mohammed Al Fayed, the owner of the Ritz Paris and of Harrods department store in London. The relationship was approximately 2 months old. Whether it was serious, whether it was becoming serious, whether Diana herself knew what it was becoming, these questions were as open on August 30th, 1997, as they are now, because Diana's inner life in those final months is reconstructible only from the fragmentary evidence of the people around her, and from the few things she said directly. And she was not a person who said directly what she was feeling in relationships, having learned through years of very public emotional difficulty not to. What is known is that she was happy that summer in a way that the people close to her noted as specific and recent and real. Her charity work was continuing, the landmine campaign, the HIV/AIDS work, and she was planning the next phase of it. She had spoken to friends about the future in ways that were forward-looking rather than anxious. She had, in a conversation with the journalist Martin Bashir that had produced the famous 1995 Panorama interview, said that she wanted to be a Queen of Hearts rather than a Queen of England, meaning she wanted to make a difference through the specific power of her presence and her compassion rather than through formal institutional authority. By August 1997, she was doing exactly that, had found exactly the mode of operating that worked for her, and the life she was building was beginning to look, to the people who could see it from the closest vantage point, like the life she was actually supposed to be living. On August 30th, 1997, she was in Paris. She had been in the Mediterranean with Dodi Fayed's family on Mohammed Al Fayed's yacht for 2 weeks before this. And on August 30th, she and Dodi flew from Sardinia to Paris, arriving at Le Bourget Airport in the early afternoon. The plan was to spend 1 night in Paris, possibly at the Ritz, which the Fayed family owned, or possibly at the Villa Windsor, the former home of the Duke and Duchess of Windsor that Mohammed Al Fayed had leased from the city of Paris and was restoring. Then, on August 31st, Diana was to fly back to London, arriving in the evening, to be reunited with her sons William and Harry, who were returning from Balmoral. She never made that flight. The arrival at Le Bourget on the afternoon of August 30th was not the low-key arrival that Diana and the Fayed security team had hoped for. The photographers were there. They were always there. This was one of the constants of Diana's life. The photographers, the paparazzi, whose relationship to her was one of the most complex and most discussed aspects of her public existence. Diana's face sold magazines. Diana's face sold more magazines than any other human face in the world at that time. And the paparazzi who photographed her were in a market that rewarded their work with sums that justified extreme measures to get the shot, the exclusive, the candid moment that no other photographer had. The relationship between Diana and the paparazzi was not simply hostile, though it was often hostile. It was one of the stranger symbiotic relationships in the history of celebrity. Because Diana understood the press in a way that the palace never did, she had used it, strategically and effectively, to build the public persona that had allowed her to survive the breakdown of her marriage, to communicate directly with the public over the head of the institution that was attempting to manage her, to maintain and even expand her influence after the divorce. She had given interviews. She had strategically made herself available. She had understood, better than any member of the royal family before her, how the media worked and how it could be used. But the paparazzi were something different from the media she had learned to navigate. The paparazzi were not journalists. They were photographers chasing images, operating in the specific economic logic of a market in which the value of a photograph of Diana depended on its exclusivity and its intimacy, which meant its value increased the more it invaded what she was entitled to consider her private life. The chase for photographs of Diana in the years since her separation from Charles had escalated into something that her security team described in the internal documents that would later be examined as a genuine threat to her safety. High-speed pursuits on public roads, photographers on motorbikes weaving through traffic to stay within camera range, the specific persistence of people whose livelihood depended on getting close to someone who was trying to have some portion of her life that was not photographed. At Le Bourget, arriving from Sardinia on the afternoon of August 30th, Diana and Dodi were met by approximately 20 photographers. The Mercedes S280 that took them from the Chry airport to central Paris was followed through the streets by a group of photographers on motorbikes. This was the normal. This had been the normal for years. The first destination on the afternoon of August 30th was the Villa Windsor in the 16th arrondissement. Mohammed Al-Fayed had been hoping to persuade Diana and Dodi to spend the night there, and the visit to the villa was partly a showing of the property. A chance for Diana to see the house and the possibility of it as a base in Paris. The Villa Windsor, properly the Villa du Bois de Boulogne, was the house where Edward VIII had lived with Wallis Simpson after his abdication in 1936 in his subsequent role as the Duke of Windsor. It was a significant house in the specific context of the British monarchy's history, carrying the weight of the most recent abdication crisis before whatever was happening between Diana and the palace could be described as a crisis in its own right. Diana visited the villa. She saw the restored rooms, the gardens, the specific quality of a house that had been lived in by people who had chosen love over crown. She did not make the connection explicit, or at least no one who was present recorded her making it explicit. What she said about the house, according to the accounts of those who were there, was that it was beautiful. She spent some time looking at the photographs displayed in the house, the photographs of the Duke and Duchess of Windsor that the villa's restoration had incorporated into its presentation. Then she and Dodi left. They would not be spending the night at the Villa Windsor. The decision to go to the Ritz was made in the early evening. The Ritz Paris on the Place Vendôme is one of the most famous hotels in the world, and one of the most secure. Its ownership by the Fayed family giving Dodi, and by extension, Diana, a level of control over their security arrangements that a standard hotel reservation would not have provided. The Ritz has its own security team, its own entrance protocols, its own arrangements for managing the presence of photographers and the movement of famous guests through the hotel and its surrounding area. Mohammed Al-Fayed's ownership of the Ritz meant that his son's security needs, and Diana's, would be managed by people whose loyalty to the Fayed family was total. The Imperial Suite at the Ritz was prepared for them. The Imperial Suite, also known as the Windsor Suite, named for the same Duke and Duchess, whose villa they had just visited, is on the first floor of the hotel, looking out over the Place Vendôme. 2 bedrooms, a sitting room, a dining room, bathrooms of the scale that the Ritz requires for its most significant guests. The suite had been prepared with the specific attention that the Ritz applies to its most important guests, and whose bill, in this case, would be absorbed by the hotel's owner. Diana and Dodi arrived at the Ritz at approximately 6:30 in the evening, entering through the main entrance on the Place Vendôme rather than the service entrance, which meant passing through the specific exposure of the hotel's main entrance with its awning and its doorman, and the photographers who had gathered there, having anticipated or been informed that the Fade party was heading to the Ritz. Photographs of Diana entering the Ritz on the evening of August 30th show her in a cream outfit, sunglasses pushed up on her head, her expression a combination of awareness of the cameras and the specific weariness of someone who has been managing this relationship with cameras for 15 years. Inside the hotel, the evening began to take shape. Diana made phone calls. She had been in regular contact with William and Harry, who were at Balmoral with the royal family, and she called them on the evening of August 30th to say goodnight, as she did whenever she was apart from them. The conversations between Diana and her sons during the periods of her life after the separation are among the things about those years that those who knew them describe as the most important constant in her life. She was not a mother who was intermittently present, who fit the children around her schedule. She arranged her schedule around them, and the phone calls when she was away had the specific quality of a parent who is thinking about their children every hour of the day they're not with them. After the calls to William and Harry, Diana had dinner with Dodi in the hotel's restaurant, the Ellis-Pardon, where the Materdi managed the dining room with the specific attention that the Ritz applies to its most significant guests and where the other diners. Proximity was managed with the care that public figures require in public dining rooms. The dinner was a private event in a public space, the specific paradox of being famous in a world where the spaces that private individuals use freely are spaces that famous individuals move through in a different register, always aware of the other people in the room, always managing the relationship between their private selves and the public expectation of their public selves. The paparazzi had gathered outside the Ritz by this point in numbers that the hotel's security team described as significant. More than 20 photographers, some on foot and some on motorbikes, positioned at various points around the Place Vendôme and in the adjacent streets, waiting. The information that Diana and Dodi were at the Ritz had moved through the paparazzi network, the informal communication structure by which photographers tracked the movements of their most valuable subjects. And the value of a photograph of Diana and Dodi together in Paris was high enough that the gathering of photographers was intense. The security team at the Ritz, under the direction of Henry Paul, the hotel's deputy head of security, was monitoring the photographers' positions outside. Henry Paul was 31 years old, experienced in hotel security, familiar with the Fade family and their requirements, and on duty that evening as the point of contact between the hotel's security apparatus and the needs of the Fade party. He would later be described in various accounts as a key figure in the decisions made about the departure from the hotel, and the specific decisions made under his direction would be examined in exhaustive detail by 2 official inquiries in the years following the events of that night. At approximately 9:30 p.m., Diana and Dodi returned to the Imperial Suite after dinner. The evening had been going well. The dinner was private and pleasant, the hotel secure, the evening in Paris in late August warm and clear. The plan had been to leave the Ritz later in the evening for a private apartment that Dodi had in the Rue Arsen-Housset, near the Arc de Triomphe, where they would spend the night before Diana's flight back to London the following day. The departure from the Ritz was the moment that the security team was most focused on, because the departure would mean re-entering the public space where the photographers were waiting. There were conversations about the departure throughout the evening, conversations between Dodi and Henry Paul and the security team, conversations about the best way to manage the transition from the hotel's controlled environment to the street outside where the photographers were gathered. These conversations produced a specific decision that has been examined and re-examined in both official inquiries and in the decades of analysis that followed. a decoy car would be sent out the main entrance of the Ritz, drawing the photographer's attention, while Diana and Dodi left through the back entrance on the Rue Cambon in a different vehicle. The plan had a logic to it. The decoy vehicle would draw the photographers to the main entrance, leaving the back entrance on the Rue Cambon with fewer or no photographers, allowing Diana and Dodi to depart without being followed. It was a standard high-profile security tactic, the kind of misdirection that celebrity security teams use as a matter of course. The specific question, which would not be answerable until much later, and which the inquiries would examine in detail, was whether the implementation of the plan was adequate, whether the people executing it had the experience and the state of mind required, and whether the decision to proceed under the specific circumstances of that evening was the right decision. Henry Paul drove the car. This was one of the specific decisions that the inquiries would focus on most intensely. Henry Paul was not a professional driver. He was the hotel's deputy head of security. Professional drivers. The Fade family employed professional drivers. Experienced men who had driven high-profile guests for years were available. The choice to use Henry Paul, who was the point of contact for the evening's security arrangements, but not an experienced driver in the high-stakes sense that the circumstances would require, was a choice whose consequences would be irrevocable. At approximately midnight on August 31st, 1997, technically the early morning of a new day, Diana and Dodi left the Ritz through the back entrance on the Rue Cambon. The car was a Mercedes S280, a black sedan, one of 3 Mercedes vehicles used by the Fade family's Paris operation. Henry Paul was driving. In the front passenger seat was Trevor Rees-Jones, Diana's personal bodyguard, a former paratrooper who had worked as her protection officer for the past year. In the back seat were Diana and Dodi. They turned right out of the Rue Cambon and into the Place de la Concorde, driving west. The route to Dodi's apartment would take them through the tunnel beneath the Place de l'Alma, which passes under the road above the bank of the Seine. What happened in the seconds between the car entering the tunnel and the crash is a matter that the French judicial investigation and the British inquests examined in extraordinary detail across years of testimony, forensic analysis, and reconstruction. What is established beyond reasonable dispute is this: Henry Paul was driving at a speed significantly above the tunnel's speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour at the time of the crash. The Mercedes lost control in the tunnel. It struck the concrete pillar, separating the tunnel's 2 lanes at the beginning of the underpass, the 13th pillar. The car spun and struck the tunnel wall. The impact was at a speed and at angles that made it, for the rear passengers who were not wearing seatbelts, unsurvivable. The time was 12:23 in the morning on August 31st, 1997. The tunnel beneath the Place de l'Alma is not a long tunnel. It is a short underpass, perhaps 300 meters, carrying traffic beneath the road above the left bank of the Seine, a passage that thousands of vehicles use every day without incident. The 13th pillar of the tunnel, the one the Mercedes struck, is marked today, has been marked since 1997, by a flame-shaped torch, a replica of the flame that tops the Statue of Liberty, which stands above the tunnel entrance on the Place de l'Alma above, and which was given to France by the United States to commemorate the French-American friendship that helped fund the original Statue of Liberty. This flame, the Flame of Liberty, as it had been called since it was installed in 1987, became in the days and weeks following the crash an impromptu memorial, covered in flowers and photographs and messages, the specific object that people needed to focus their grief on in the absence of anything officially designated. The Flame of Liberty, as a memorial, is one of those specific accidents of history that seems, in retrospect, inevitable, as if the physical landscape had been arranged in advance for this moment, as if the presence of a torch of eternal flame directly above the tunnel in which the world's most famous woman died was a poetic coincidence that the poets would have been embarrassed to invent. It wasn't arranged. It was an accident. The history of memorials is full of these accidents. of ordinary objects becoming extraordinary through their association with extraordinary events. And the flame above the Pont de l'Alma has been covered in tributes every year since 1997 by people who come from everywhere in the world to the specific spot in Paris where something that changed the world happened. In the immediate aftermath of the crash, the response was chaotic in a specific way of sudden, unexpected catastrophe in a public place. The first people on the scene were bystanders, including several of the photographers who had been following the Mercedes, who arrived at the tunnel entrance within moments of the crash. The specific and painful irony of this, that the photographers who had contributed to the atmosphere of pursuit that had shaped the final evening were among the first people at the scene of the crash, is one of the aspects of this story that no amount of analysis has made easier to process. Emergency services were called. The first emergency call was recorded at 12:25 a.m., approximately 2 minutes after the crash. French police and emergency medical services arrived at the scene within minutes. What they found in the wrecked Mercedes was Henry Paul, dead at the scene, his injuries not survivable. Dodie Fade, also dead at the scene. Trevor Rees-Jones, the bodyguard in the front passenger seat, severely injured but alive, his face heavily damaged by the airbag deployment, but his life, because of the seatbelt, not in immediate danger. And Diana, in the rear of the vehicle, seriously injured but conscious. She was conscious in the immediate aftermath of the crash. This is documented in the accounts of the first responders who arrived at the scene. She was speaking. Her words were not clearly understood by all those present. Her French was limited and the circumstances were extreme. But she was responsive. She was breathing. She was alive. The decision made by the French emergency medical team about how to transport Diana to hospital was made according to the French emergency medical protocol that applied at the time, which prioritized stabilization at the scene before transport rather than rapid transfer to a trauma center. Diana was treated in the tunnel for an extended period, significantly longer than she would have been held at the scene by British or American emergency protocols, which would have prioritized rapid transport to surgical care. The French protocol, known as the stay and play approach in contrast to the scoop and run approach of British and American emergency medicine, was standard French practice and was not a deviation from procedure. Its application on this night, however, meant that Diana was in the tunnel for over an hour before she reached the hospital. She was transported to the Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital, one of the major public hospitals in Paris. The specific injuries she had sustained were internal. A crash had caused a tear in the pulmonary vein, one of the major veins of the heart, and this injury, not immediately apparent in the first assessment at the scene, was the cause of the progressive internal hemorrhage that could not ultimately be controlled. The surgical team at the Pitié-Salpêtrière worked on her for approximately 4 hours, attempting to repair the damage and control the bleeding. They were unable to. At 4 in the morning on August 31st, 1997, Princess Diana was declared dead. She was 36 years old. The news moved through the night and into the morning of August 31st with the specific speed and specific quality of news that is so large that it reshapes the frame of the world it arrives in. The British ambassador to France, Michael J., was notified. Mohammed Al-Fayed was notified. The British royal family, on holiday at Balmoral in Scotland, was notified in the early hours. Prince Charles was told first, and then bore the specific task of telling William and Harry, who were asleep. The boys were 15 and 12. The moment Prince Charles woke his sons and told them that their mother had died, the specific moment, the specific darkness, the specific faces of 2 boys receiving the worst news of their lives from a father who was himself in the specific shock of having to receive, and then immediately transmit the worst news, is a moment that neither William nor Harry has described in full in anything that has been made public, and that belongs to them alone. What is known is that they were told before the news was made public, and that they asked to attend the church service that morning at Balmoral, and that they did, and that they were the pictures of extraordinary composure for young people in the specific situation of having just been told their mother was dead and being required by circumstance to be in public with that knowledge before they had had time to process it. The public announcement was made in the early morning hours. In Britain, radio and television broadcasters were woken and studios were staffed, and the specific announcements were made, the exact words chosen with the care of broadcasters who understood that they were informing the country of something that the country would remember for the rest of its collective life. The presenter who first read the announcement on BBC Radio 4 did so in a voice of controlled emotion that has been replayed thousands of times since, and that captures something specific about the morning. The control, the professional composure, and underneath it the specific weight of the words. In Paris, the photographers who had been at the tunnel scene had images that they did not immediately publish. This restraint, which would not last, was a response to the specific horror of the situation, the specific recognition by at least some of the people who had been chasing Diana's car through Paris that their pursuit had been part of what the tunnel contained. Whether this recognition was moral in the proper sense, or was simply the recognition of legal exposure, or both, is something that the people who made those early decisions in the hours after the crash have never fully addressed publicly. What is clear is that the photographs taken at the tunnel scene in the immediate aftermath of the crash were not published in the first days, and that many of them have never been published. The week that followed Diana's death is one of the most documented periods of collective public emotion in the history of modern Britain, and it is worth spending time with because it illuminates something about who Diana was and what she had meant to the people who responded to her death in the way they did. The scale of the public response, the flowers, the crowds, the queuing, the spontaneous expressions of grief from people who had never met her and who were nonetheless deeply and genuinely moved by her death, was something that the British establishment, and specifically the royal family at Balmoral, did not initially understand or respond to in ways that the public found adequate. The royal family stayed at Balmoral for the first several days after the crash. This was their normal practice when a family member died, to grieve privately, at home, in the specific way that the royal family has always managed its private emotions, which is by keeping them private and by allowing the formal protocols of mourning to substitute for public expression of what is being felt internally. The flags at Buckingham Palace stayed at full mast, following the royal protocol that held that the palace's flag flew only for the sovereign and was only lowered for the sovereign's death. This decision, which was technically correct by protocol, was read by the public as indifference. The growing pressure from the public and from the press for the royal family to come to London, to lower the flag, to make some public acknowledgement of the scale of what had been lost, was eventually heard. The Queen returned to London. She gave a live television address, something unprecedented in its directness. The flag was lowered. The queue to sign the condolence books at St. James's Palace reached several miles in length. The flowers outside Kensington Palace accumulated to a depth and a volume that had no precedent in British public mourning. A carpet of color that stretched back from the palace gates across the lawns and pathways, the flowers losing their freshness and being added to by new arrivals constantly. The specific smell of thousands of fresh-cut flowers on warm late August days, combining with the specific smell of decay as the older flowers faded, but were not removed, because removing them seemed like removing grief. The funeral on September 6, 1997, was watched by an estimated 2.5 billion people worldwide, one of the most watched broadcasts in the history of television to that point. The coffin passed through streets of London lined by enormous crowds in a silence that the broadcasters described as unlike anything they had previously experienced in a public space in Britain, the specific silence of large numbers of people present for something they understood to be singular and irreversible. Elton John performed a reworked version of Candle in the Wind, originally written about Marilyn Monroe, its words changed by Bernie Taupin to address Diana specifically, at the funeral service in Westminster Abbey, a performance that was subsequently released and became one of the best-selling singles in history. Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, delivered a eulogy that was applause from inside the Abbey, another unprecedented event in the history of royal funerals, and that contained a specific passage directed at the royal family and at the tabloid press that was in its implicit accusation among the most direct public statements made in Britain in the late 20th century, accusing the press of hunting Diana and implicitly accusing the palace of failing to protect her. He spoke of her blood family and of her sons, pledging on behalf of the Spencers to protect them and allow them the normal life that Diana had always wanted for them. The applause that started in the crowd outside spread into the Abbey and became the thing people remember most vividly about that day, along with the long silences and the flowers and the specific sound of the horses' hooves on the London streets. In the morning quiet, the investigation into the crash began immediately and continued for years. The French judicial inquiry, conducted under the examining magistrate Herve Stephan, was the primary investigation, and it operated according to French law, which gives examining magistrates broad investigative powers over a sustained period. The inquiry was extensive, thorough, and eventually reached a conclusion. The crash was caused by Henry Paul's negligent driving, specifically by his driving at excessive speed and by his impairment. The inquiry found that Henry Paul had consumed alcohol before the drive, and that the level of alcohol in his system at the time of the crash was above the legal limit for driving in France. This finding, that Henry Paul was drunk, became one of the most contested aspects of the case, not because the blood alcohol evidence itself was disputed in its raw form, but because subsequent questions about the integrity of the samples and the reliability of the testing produced years of argument about whether the finding accurately reflected Henry Paul's actual state. The witnesses who saw Henry Paul in the hours before the crash, hotel staff who had spoken to him, security team members who had worked with him through the evening, described him as appearing entirely sober, as not displaying any of the physical signs of significant alcohol impairment. His demonstrated professional competence through the evening was not consistent with the level of impairment that the blood alcohol level would theoretically have produced. The British inquest, conducted by Lord Justice Scott Baker in 2007 and 2008, was a more recent and in some ways more comprehensive examination of the case, with access to the French investigation's findings and to additional testimony gathered in Britain. The inquest jury returned a verdict of unlawful killing in April 2008, finding that the crash was caused by the grossly negligent driving of Henry Paul, contributed to by the grossly negligent driving of the pursuing vehicles, the paparazzi photographers on motorbikes, and by the failure to wear seatbelts. The conspiracy theories. They must be addressed, not at length, but with honesty, because they are part of the historical record of this case, and because the specific conspiracy theory that developed in the years after the crash, that Diana was murdered, that the crash was arranged by British intelligence at the behest of the royal family, was believed by a significant number of people, including Mohammed al-Fayed, who pursued this theory with considerable personal investment for many years. The theory was examined by both the French inquiry and the British inquest, which heard extensive evidence on the question, including evidence from former intelligence service members. Both inquiries found no evidence of a conspiracy to kill Diana. The British inquest jury, which heard the most extensive evidence on this question, explicitly rejected the murder theory. The conspiracy theory's persistence in the face of two thorough official investigations is a phenomenon that reflects something specific about the nature of Diana's death and its cultural impact rather than about the evidentiary record. When someone who has been the most photographed person in the world dies in sudden, violent, and in some ways avoidable circumstances at 36, in a tunnel, in a car chase, in Paris, the random violence of it is extremely difficult to accept as simply what it was. And the human mind in the face of extreme random tragedy has a specific tendency to seek for a structure, a plan, an agency behind it, because a plan is more comprehensible than pure contingency. The conspiracy theory gave Diana's death a villain, and a villain is easier to process than the specific collection of smaller failures and decisions that actually produced the crash. The smaller failures and decisions. This is the honest version of the story, the version that doesn't require a conspiracy and doesn't make anyone into a monster, but that is in its own way harder to sit with than the conspiracy theory, because it shows how ordinary things combine to produce catastrophe. Henry Paul agreed to drive. He was not a professional driver in the required sense. He may have drunk alcohol during the evening. The extent of this is disputed, but that he consumed some alcohol is not. He drove at excessive speed. The specific reason for the speed, whether it was to outrun the photographers, whether it was Henry Paul's own decision, whether someone in the car directed him to go faster, was examined by both inquiries and not definitively established. The photographers followed. They had been following all evening. The specific legal and moral status of their pursuit, whether the photographers following contributed causally to the crash, whether their presence behind the Mercedes affected Henry Paul's driving in ways that contributed to the loss of control, was one of the central questions of the French inquiry. The French inquiry found that the pursuit contributed. The inquest jury found that the pursuing vehicles drove grossly negligently. Whether the photographers who were there knew in the moment that they were contributing to circumstances that could end in a crash, whether anyone who was present fully understood what was building in those streets on that night, is the specific question that sits beneath the legal findings and that no legal finding fully resolves. Diana was not wearing a seatbelt. Neither was Dodie. Trevor Rees-Jones was wearing his seatbelt. He survived. Henry Paul was wearing his. He was killed by the direct impact forces at the point of the crash, forces that even a seatbelt could not have managed. But Diana and Dodie in the back seat were not belted, and the specific difference between the front seat and the back seat in this crash, the survival of the one who was belted, the deaths of those who were not, is the specific forensic fact that is the hardest to sit with in retrospect, the fact that contains within it the most direct and most terrible might have been. A seatbelt might have made a difference, might not have. The specific injuries Diana sustained from the crash were internal, not the impact injuries that seatbelts most directly protect against. But the seatbelt question has been part of the analysis of this night for 26 years, and it will continue to be. The 24 hours that ended in the tunnel beneath the Place de l'Alma began in Sardinia, in the specific beauty of the Mediterranean in late August, on a yacht owned by a billionaire, in the company of the man she was falling for in whatever way and at whatever pace, with her sons expected in 36 hours, with her work ahead of her and her life in a form it hadn't previously taken, and which she seemed, by all available evidence, to be genuinely happy in. The last photographs taken of her alive, photographs taken in Sardinia in the days before the final Paris trip, show a woman who is laughing, not performing a smile for cameras, not the controlled public smile that all Diana watchers learned to distinguish from the genuine one, but laughing, the specific unlocked expression of genuine amusement, the face of a woman who is in a moment she is fully present to. She had lunch that day. She read. She swam. The Mediterranean in late August has the specific quality of late-season Mediterranean summer, the heat that is still full summer heat, but with the faintest edge of something changing at the end of the day, the light that is slightly more gold and slightly less white than it was in July, the sea that has had the full summer to warm and is at its best now, transparent and warm and easy. She was in this landscape on the last full day of her life, and by the photographs she was entirely inside it, not thinking about tomorrow. The flight to Paris, the villa, the dinner, the hotel, the plan to leave quietly, the plan that made sense in security terms, and that in its specific execution produced the circumstances of the tunnel. These are the steps that seem, looking backward, like steps toward something inevitable, like a sequence whose ending was determined by its beginning, like the specific narrative logic of tragedy, in which the ending feels fated in retrospect, even when nothing was fated in the actual sequence of human decisions that produced it. It was not fated. It was a series of decisions, each one made in the specific circumstances of the evening, and each one, individually, comprehensible, and together producing something that no individual decision was pointed toward. The decision to go to the Ritz, the decision to use the back entrance, the decision that Henry Paul should drive, the speed in the tunnel, the absence of seatbelts. These are not the steps of a fate, but the steps of contingency, of the specific way that ordinary decisions compound into consequences that none of the people making them could have predicted. This is what makes the story hard to sit with. It is not a story about evil. It is a story about the fragility of ordinary evenings, the landmines campaign. It belongs in this account because it was what Diana was most intensely engaged with in the months before her death, and because it was, in the opinion of the people who worked with her on it, the work that she considered most important and most personally invested in among everything she was doing in those years. The international campaign to ban landmines was the advocacy effort to establish a treaty prohibiting the use, production, transfer, and stockpiling of anti-personnel landmines, which kill and maim tens of thousands of civilians every year, the majority of them in countries where conflicts have ended, the landmines left behind in fields and roads as a permanent legacy of wars that have technically concluded. Diana had become involved with the landmines campaign in 1996 and had made this specific decision to bring her public visibility to bear on it in a direct and physical way. She had traveled to Angola in January 1997, had walked in minefields in protective clothing alongside the demining teams, had met the survivors of landmine injuries in hospitals and rehabilitation centers, had allowed herself to be photographed in these contexts in ways that communicated the specific human cost of landmines more immediately than any policy document or advocacy statement could. The photographs of Diana in Angola, in a protective visor walking along the cleared corridor of a minefield, were among the most reproduced images of her life, and their impact on the international debate about the Landmines Treaty was real and documented. When the Ottawa Treaty, formerly the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines, and on their destruction, was opened for signature in December 1997, it was signed by 122 countries. One of the people credited with the sustained public attention to the campaign that made this speed of adoption possible was Diana. She died 4 months before the signing. She did not see the treaty. She had been to Bosnia in August 1997, just weeks before her death, to continue the landmines advocacy in the aftermath of the Dayton Agreement. And the images from Bosnia, of her with survivors, of her listening, of her in the specific posture of genuine attention, rather than the performed attention of diplomatic visits, are among the last images of her work. She was, in those final months, doing the things she had said she wanted to do, being a queen of hearts, making a difference through presence and compassion and the specific use of her visibility for something that mattered. She was succeeding. William and Harry, they belong at the center of any account of Diana's life, because they were at the center of her life, and the specific way her death affected them, and the way they have lived since, is part of what the 24 hours of August 30th and 31st ultimately led to. William was 15 when his mother died. Harry was 12. They had spent the summer of 1997 at various points with their mother and with their father, the specific custody arrangements of the post-divorce royal family visible in the choreography of which parent they were with at which time. They were at Balmoral with the royal family on August 31st, at the specific request of Diana, who had arranged for them to go to Scotland while she was in the Mediterranean with Dodi Fade. She wanted them to have a summer that included both of their worlds. She wanted them to spend time at Balmoral, which was their father's world and their grandmother's world, and the world of the institution that they were going to inherit. She was going to collect them when they returned to London. She didn't collect them. Their father came to their rooms before dawn and told them instead. They were asleep. Then they were awake. And they knew. What William and Harry have said publicly about the death of their mother in the decades since has varied in its specificity and in its emotional register, reflecting their different ages at the time and their different ways of processing what happened. William has spoken about the grief and about the manner in which he was required to grieve in public, the funeral, the walk behind the coffin, the cameras, before he had had any time to grieve in private. Harry has spoken more recently and more directly about the trauma, about the specific combination of sudden loss and public exposure and institutional pressure that his mother's death placed on him at the age of 12, and about the ways in which he believes that trauma affected him through his adolescence and young adulthood. Both of them have spoken about missing her, about the specific person she was, not the public figure, the mother, the way she laughed, the way she listened, the holidays they took together, the specific ordinary domestic life that existed alongside the extraordinary public life, the life that the cameras never saw, but that was the life the boys lived inside, the life that ended on August 31st, 1997. The British public's response to Diana's death continues to be analyzed and debated as a cultural phenomenon. But what the analysis tends to lose in its sociological framing is the specific human content of the grief. The people who queued for miles to sign the condolence books were not performing grief or participating in a national moment for sociological reasons. They were sad. They had watched this woman for 16 years, from the fairy tale of the 1981 wedding, to the slow collapse of the marriage, to the panorama interview and beyond, and they had found in her something that connected to their own lives in ways that they may or may not have been able to articulate. She talked about her struggles. She talked about bulimia and depression and loneliness in ways that people who also struggled with these things recognized immediately. She talked about feeling unloved and misunderstood and not fitting into the institution she had married into in ways that people who had ever felt unloved or misunderstood or not fitting recognized. She was not a perfect person, and the grief response was not about perfection. She could be manipulative. The panorama interview was carefully constructed to achieve specific goals, and she knew it and was making choices about what to reveal and what to conceal throughout it. She could be inconsistent in her friendships, could be demanding and volatile with the people around her. She had a complicated relationship with the media that went beyond the simple narrative of a victim hunted by tabloids, because she had also used the tabloids strategically and understood their use. She was a human being of the full complexity that human beings have, not a saint. But she was also genuinely kind in the specific and rare way that kindness is genuine when it is not performed for an audience. The AIDS patients she sat with, the landmine survivors she listened to, the children she visited in hospitals, the people who met her in these contexts consistently described the same thing, that she was fully present, that she looked at them directly, that she touched them when the occasion allowed, that she was not managing a schedule or counting the minutes. She gave her attention entirely to whoever she was with, and the giving of entire attention to people who were normally on the receiving end of very limited attention, the sick, the poor, the marginalized, was something that those people experienced as something more than celebrity philanthropy. She understood what it felt like to be excluded, to be not quite right for the institution you'd been put in, to be struggling in ways that you weren't allowed to show. And because she understood these feelings from the inside, she could be present to the people who felt them, without the distance that people who have never felt them bring to that kind of encounter. This was her specific gift, and it was inseparable from her specific suffering. And the people who loved her understood both the gift and the suffering as parts of the same person. The Place de l'Alma in Paris today, the flame still burns above the tunnel entrance, placed there before any of this happened, now carrying the weight of everything that happened beneath it. The tunnel itself has been modified since the crash. The 13th pillar has been reinforced, the road surface resurfaced, the lighting improved. Thousands of people visit the site every year, from every country in the world, bringing their flowers and their photographs and their memories of where they were when they heard the news. She would be 63 years old now, if she had survived the tunnel. 63 is old enough to be a grandmother, which she is. Charlotte and Louis and Archie and Lilibet carry something of Diana in them in ways that their fathers have spoken about. The specific ways in which character and quality transmit across generations, sometimes visibly and sometimes invisibly. William's public persona, the specific quality of his engagement with mental health issues and with young people's well-being, shows a man who absorbed something from his mother about the importance of not dismissing the inner life, of acknowledging struggle rather than requiring performance of strength. Harry's more public reckoning with his own experience, his willingness to speak about grief and trauma and the specific pressures of the institution he was born into, shows a man who was 12 years old when he lost his mother, and who has spent decades trying to understand what that loss did and does. The royal family at 63. What would she have done? The landmines work continued. The HIV/AIDS advocacy continued. The charity presence that was, by 1997, becoming more targeted and more effective as she developed the skills of advocacy that her public platform made possible. A private life that included, possibly, whatever the relationship with Dodie Fade was becoming. Her son's weddings. She would have been at Kensington Palace when William married Catherine Middleton in 2011. She would have been somewhere in the Abbey or in the watching world when Harry married Meghan Markle in 2018. She would have been a grandmother. She would have been doing her work. We don't know what she would have done. We can imagine, based on what we know of who she was and what she cared about and how she operated. But the imagining is always limited by the specific fact of the tunnel, by the 36 years that were all there were, by the last 24 hours whose steps we have followed tonight, the 36 hours that preceded the crash. They contain, in the specific details of the photographs and the witness accounts and the security logs and the hotel records, the texture of a life that was going well. A woman at 36 who was finding her way, who had come through years of extraordinary difficulty and had arrived at something that resembled the life she wanted. The photographs from Sardinia in the days before Paris show her laughing with Dodie, swimming, reading, relaxed in a way that people who had known her in the difficult years of the marriage noted as something new, something that had been developing over the previous 18 months. She called her boys on the evening of August 30th and said good night. This is documented. She spoke to them, said good night, and they said good night. And then she had dinner, and there were conversations about the departure from the hotel. And then there was the departure. And then there was the tunnel. The call to William and Harry on the evening of August 30th is the last contact she had with her sons. The last thing she said to them was good night. Whatever the specific words were, they have not been made public and belong to William and Harry alone. She was saying good night in the expectation of tomorrow, in the expectation of the flight to London, and the reunion that was planned for the following day. She was not saying goodbye. This is the specific quality of the last 24 hours that makes them what they are. They were an ordinary last day, not a last day that felt like a last day, not a last day with the weight of ending that the knowledge of ending would have given it. Just a day, a good day by the available evidence. A summer day in Sardinia, and then Paris, with dinner in a hotel and a plan to go home tomorrow. The tunnel was not part of the plan. What she was. This is the question that every account of Diana's life eventually arrives at, and the honest answer requires holding two things at once that are each true and that seem, when stated together, contradictory, but are in fact the specific truth of a specific and complicated person. She was a woman of genuine and significant compassion, who made a real difference to the causes she championed, whose presence in a hospital room or at a charity event was experienced by the people she met as something more than celebrity. as something personal and specific and warm. And she was a woman who operated in a media landscape that she understood and sometimes used in ways that were strategic and self-interested as well as genuine, who was capable of calculation alongside her compassion, who was a full human being rather than a figure of simple heroism. Both of these things, the full person, not the icon, and not the critique of the icon. The woman who laughed in the Sardinian photographs and who gave her full attention to the AIDS patients in the London hospices and who gave the panorama interview, knowing exactly what she was doing, and who was not wearing a seatbelt in the back seat of a Mercedes in a Paris tunnel on the night of August 30th. She was 36. She had 17 hours when August 30th began in Sardinia, and she used them in the specific way that a person uses the hours of a day when those hours feel like the beginning of something rather than the end of anything. She had no reason to believe they were the end of anything. They felt like the middle of a life that was finally taking the shape she had worked for. The flame burns above the tunnel. The flowers still come, 26 years later, from people who remember where they were when they heard. William and Harry are men in their 40s now, fathers, living with the specific shape that the loss of a mother at 15 and 12 gives to a life. The Landmin's Treaty has been signed by most of the world's nations, and wherever its ratification moved faster because of her voice and her presence and the photographs of her walking in a minefield in Angola, the credit belongs partly to her. The specific relationship between Diana and the British press in the years before her death is one of the most documented and most analyzed aspects of her life. And understanding it requires holding in mind simultaneously that she was a victim of a culture of press intrusion that genuinely endangered her, and that she was also, at times, an active participant in that culture, using it for her own purposes in ways that complicated the simple victim narrative. In the years after her separation from Charles, Diana's relationship with the press moved through several distinct phases. There was the phase of the early 1990s, when she was using selected journalists and photographers to communicate information about the breakdown of her marriage that the palace was suppressing. The Morton book, Andrew Morton's 1992 biography of Diana, that revealed the detail of her marriage, her depression, her eating disorder, was produced with Diana's active cooperation, including secretly recorded tape recordings that she made specifically for the book, and that constituted a deliberate and sustained effort to tell her story on her own terms through a media channel she controlled. The palace did not know about the tapes. The Queen did not know. Charles did not know. This was Diana operating in the media landscape with sophisticated strategic intent, using a journalist as an instrument of a very specific public relations campaign. Then there was the panorama interview of November 1995, when Diana sat in front of Martin Bashir's cameras and spoke with a directness that had not previously been seen from a senior member of the royal family, acknowledging the breakdown of the marriage and the fact of Charles's relationship with Camilla Parker Bowles, acknowledging her own emotional difficulties, acknowledging the specific pressures of the life she had been living inside the institution. There are now questions about the methods Martin Bashir used to secure the interview, questions that a 2021 BBC inquiry found to be serious and damning, concluding that Bashir had used forged bank statements to persuade Earl Spencer to introduce him to Diana, and that this deception contributed to Diana agreeing to do the interview in circumstances she might not otherwise have agreed to. The Panorama interview's production is now understood as a more complicated story than it appeared at the time, and the BBC has formally apologized and stripped the program of awards it received. But the interview itself, the specific content of what Diana said, the specific things she chose to reveal, was Diana's choice. She may have been brought to the table by Bashir's deception, but what she said at the table was what she decided to say. She was not naive about what the interview would produce. She knew she was making a public intervention in a very specific conflict, and she made it deliberately. Then there was the post-divorce phase, the phase of 1996 and 1997, when Diana was trying to construct a version of her public life that was not dependent on the adversarial relationship with the palace and not dependent on the strategic use of media as a weapon. She was trying to use her platform differently, for the charitable work, for the campaigning, and trying to negotiate a different relationship with the photographers who followed her. She had, in this period, made more cautious use of selected journalists for the causes she was supporting, while trying to manage the paparazzi pursuit that characterized her private life. It was a difficult balance. The economic logic of the paparazzi market was not susceptible to her negotiating with it, and the value of photographs of her private life, especially her private life in the company of a new partner, was, if anything, higher in 1997 than it had ever been. The specific public conversation about the press and about intrusion and about the rights of public figures that Diana's death precipitated was one of the most significant conversations of the late 1990s in Britain, and it changed things, though not immediately and not completely. In the months following August 1997, there was a period of collective press self-examination, a period of public pressure for reform, a period of voluntary agreement by the newspaper editors to restraint in the photographing of public figures. This period of self-examination produced some changes and then gradually gave way to the resumption of previous practices, because the economic logic of a market in which celebrity photographs were worth large sums did not disappear when Diana died. The longer-term changes came later, and they came not from Diana's death directly, but from a series of phone hacking revelations in the 2000s and early 2010s that produced the Leveson inquiry of 2011 and 2012, the comprehensive examination of British press culture and practices that followed the exposure of systematic phone hacking at the News of the World and other tabloid newspapers. The Leveson inquiry produced recommendations for press regulation that were debated and implemented only partially, the press industry resisting the more structural reforms in favor of a self-regulatory model that many critics found inadequate. William and Harry, both of whom gave evidence to the Leveson inquiry about their experiences of press intrusion and their relationships with British tabloids, were specific and articulate witnesses about what it had been like to grow up under sustained press attention and what the specific experience of losing a parent in circumstances shaped in part by press pursuit had done to their understanding of press accountability. William's testimony was measured and controlled. Harry's was more directly emotional about the impact on his life. Both of them were making the specific point that the culture that had contributed to their mother's death was not sufficiently changed by the grief that followed it. The medical details of the night of August 31st are part of the documented record, and they have been examined in both official inquiries. And there are specific aspects of them that bear on the question of whether different decisions at any point could have changed the outcome, which is a question the inquiries were required to examine, and which people who love Diana have been unable to stop asking. The tear in the pulmonary vein that was the specific injury that killed Diana was an injury whose repair required immediate and expert cardiac surgery. The Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital is one of France's leading teaching hospitals and has the surgical expertise and principle to manage this kind of injury. The question is not about the quality of the surgical team, but about the window of time available for surgery, which was constrained by the length of time Diana spent in the tunnel before being transported to the hospital. The French emergency medical protocol that was applied, the stay and play approach, meant that the first medical team worked at the scene for approximately 40 minutes before transport. Diana arrived at the hospital approximately an hour after the crash. The surgical team immediately began work on her cardiac injury. The operation lasted approximately 4 hours. The injury could not be controlled. And medical experts who gave evidence to the British inquest about whether a different approach, specifically a faster transport to hospital with less scene treatment, might have changed the outcome, reached conclusions that were careful and in some cases conditional. The consensus was that the injury was severe and that even with the fastest possible transport, and the most immediate possible surgical intervention, survival was uncertain. The injuries were not the kind that admit of a clear line between a survivable timeline and an unsurvivable one. It is not possible to say with certainty that a different protocol would have saved her. It is equally not possible to say with certainty that it would not have. This uncertainty is one of the most difficult aspects of the medical record. There is no closure in it. There is no definitive answer to the question that the people who loved her cannot stop asking. The specific ambiguity of the medical outcome, it might have been different, it might not have been, is part of what the night of August 31st contains permanently, a specific open question that will never close. Trevor Rees-Jones survived. He was the bodyguard in the front passenger seat, the one who was wearing his seatbelt, whose face was severely damaged by the airbag that deployed and saved his life. He was hospitalized in Paris for weeks, underwent extensive reconstructive surgery, and eventually recovered physically to the extent that recovery was possible from injuries of that severity. He has never spoken publicly about what happened in the tunnel in any detail. His memory of the events immediately before the crash is fragmentary or absent, a common consequence of the specific kind of traumatic brain injury that can accompany severe impacts, and what he has said publicly has been limited. His survival is one of the facts of the night that people who examine the crash find most specifically painful, not because there is anything wrong with his having survived, but because his survival by virtue of a seatbelt sits alongside the deaths of Diana and Dodie, who were not wearing seatbelts, in a juxtaposition that is as simple and as hard as the seatbelt facts. The person who is strapped in survived, and the people who were not did not. The simplicity of this is its cruelty. Rees-Jones published a memoir in 2000. The memoir was limited in its disclosure of the events of the night because of the limitations of his memory of them, but it described the period before the crash, the evening at the Ritz, the conversations about departure, his own role in the security arrangements, in ways that have been incorporated into the overall picture of the evening. He expressed throughout the memoir the specific grief of a professional whose client died in circumstances he was responsible for preventing, the grief of a person whose job was to protect someone and who survived while the person he was protecting did not. The Ritz Paris still stands on the Place Vendôme, still one of the great hotels of the world, still managed with the specific attention to detail and the specific quality of service that made it what it was in 1997. Mohammed Al-Fayed sold the hotel in 2017 to Mohad Hadid and a group of investors, a transaction whose specific timing, 20 years after the deaths of Diana and Dodie, carried its own weight of time and history. The Imperial Suite, the Windsor Suite, is still available, still furnished with the specific luxury that the Fayed period brought to it, still looking out over the Place Vendôme. The suite has been stayed in by the rich and the famous in the decades since, as it was stayed in before and during the period when Mohammed Al-Fayed owned the hotel. The specific rooms where Diana and Dodie spent their last evening, the suite where she made her phone calls, where she prepared for dinner, where the conversations about the departure were conducted in the background of the evenings. Plans are rooms that hotel guests stay in without necessarily knowing their specific history, the way most rooms in the old hotels of Europe contain history that has not been marked. The photographs of the Imperial Suite that have appeared in various contexts show a room of considerable elegance, the kind of room that conveys money and taste and the specific quality of a famous hotel managed to a demanding standard. The photographs of Diana in the suite, taken as she prepared for the evening, show her in the room's specific light, against its specific walls, with the specific presence that she brought to any space she occupied, the quality of being photographed that she had developed over 16 years, and that produced, in every photograph of her, the sense of a subject who understood exactly where the camera was, and who was relating to it on her own terms, rather than on anyone else's. The question of Diana's private life in the months before her death, the relationship with Dodie, and before that the relationship with Hasnat Khan, the heart surgeon she had been deeply involved with from 1995 to 1997, is one that requires some attention because it bears on understanding who she was in those final months and what was happening in her life. Hasnat Khan is a figure who has spoken publicly about his relationship with Diana, only rarely and only under specific circumstances. But what he has said, and what the accounts of mutual friends and of Diana's confidants describe, suggests a relationship that was more significant to Diana than the subsequent and more public relationship with Dodi Fade. Khan was a Pakistani-British cardiac surgeon, intensely private, not comfortable with public attention, not in any way part of the world of celebrity and wealth that had surrounded Diana. Their relationship was conducted as privately as possible, given Diana's public profile, and it was apparently the relationship that Diana herself described to friends as the love of her life. The relationship ended in the summer of 1997, approximately 2 months before Diana's death. The specific reasons for its ending have been described differently by different sources, but what is generally understood is that the relationship's incompatibility with the specific pressure of Diana's public life, the impossibility of a private cardiac surgeon being the partner of the world's most photographed woman, was a central factor. Khan was not willing to live in the spotlight. Diana could not live out of it. The relationship with Dodi Fade began after the ending of the relationship with Khan, and its specific nature, what it was becoming, what Diana herself thought it was, is something about which there is genuine uncertainty. The photographs of Diana and Dodi together in the summer of 1997 show two people who were happy in each other's company, who were relaxed and affectionate, who were clearly enjoying a summer romance in the most literal sense of the phrase. Whether it was becoming something more is not knowable. There are reports that Dodi was planning to propose to Diana, reports that came from Mohammed Al-Fayed and that have been contested by people who were close to Diana and who believed she was not in a place of wanting marriage or that the relationship was not at stage. Diana's own words on the subject, from the conversations she had with friends in the weeks before her death, do not, as far as the available evidence shows, indicate that she was expecting or planning for marriage. She seems to have been enjoying the summer and enjoying the company and living in the present tense of a relationship that was still early enough to be simply what it was, the question of memory and grief. 26 years after August 31st, 1997, the question of how Diana is remembered and what that remembering means is one that operates on several levels simultaneously. For the people who knew her personally, her friends, her family, the people she worked with in the charities, the people who were her household staff, the grief is of the ordinary specific kind that the death of a person you knew and loved produces, complicated by the public nature of the grief and by the specific way that public grief for public figures can feel like a claim on what is personally yours. Rosa Monckton, one of Diana's closest friends, has spoken about the difficulty of public grief, the way the enormous collective response to Diana's death both acknowledged something real about her and simultaneously made it harder for the people who actually knew her to locate their own specific loss inside the collective one. For William and Harry, the memory is inseparable from the loss of a parent at the specific ages they were, and from the specific public context in which that loss occurred and continues to occur. The anniversaries, the documentaries, the books, the films, the continuous public engagement with their mother's life and death that they have had to live alongside their private grief for their whole adult lives. William has been measured in how much of this he will speak about publicly. Harry has been considerably less measured in recent years, speaking about his grief and its effects, and his relationship with the institution that he feels contributed to his mother's death in ways that have been both appreciated by some and criticized by others. For the wider public, the hundreds of millions of people who watched the royal wedding in 1981 and who followed Diana's story through the 1980s and 1990s, and who stood in the queues outside Kensington Palace in September 1997. The memory is partly of the specific person and partly of a moment in their own lives. The specific place they were when they heard. The specific feeling of being in a world where something like this could happen. People who were children in 1997 have their own relationship to Diana that is different from the relationship of people who were adults at the time, and different again from the relationship of people who have learned about her entirely through retrospective documentation. Her children. This is where the account needs to spend more time, because they are the most important things she left behind, and because the way they have navigated being the sons of Princess Diana, the specific weight of that inheritance, the specific opportunities and specific burdens it has brought, tells us more about who she was than almost any other aspect of the story. William, Prince of Wales, is now the heir to the throne his mother never sat on. He has been the future king since the moment of his birth, and the trajectory of his life, from the young boy at the funeral walking behind his mother's coffin in September 1997 to the man who was crowned Prince of Wales in 2022, has been shaped by that trajectory in ways that are both public and private, both institutional and personal. He is not, in his public persona, the kind of person his mother was. He does not wear his heart on his sleeve in the way she did, does not communicate in the emotional register that was her most distinctive quality. He is more like his grandmother, the Queen, in his controlled public affect. But the work he has done on mental health, the Heads Together campaign, the specific investment in changing the conversation around mental health in Britain, reflects something that came from his mother, the belief that acknowledging struggle is not weakness, that the inner life of suffering deserves as much attention as the outer life of achievement. Harry, Duke of Sussex, has taken a different path, one that has been vastly more public in its distance from the institution he was born into, and in the specific articulation of what that distance is about. He has spoken about his grief, about the effects of losing his mother at 12, about the specific experience of walking behind her coffin at the age of 12 in front of the cameras, of the world while processing a loss that he had not had time to process privately. He has spoken about what he believes is the institutional indifference to the emotional and psychological welfare of the people who live inside it. He left the royal family in the specific sense of stepping back from senior royal duties in 2020. He moved to California with his wife, Meghan, and their children. He has not, as of this writing, returned to a public role in the British royal family. Whatever one thinks about the choices Harry has made and the way he has spoken about his family and about the institution, and public opinion on this is sharply divided. The fact that he is making these choices and speaking in this way is inseparable from the death of his mother when he was 12 and from what that death did to him and from what he has said it did to him. The institution of the monarchy and the culture of press intrusion and the specific events of August 31st, 1997. These things made him in ways that are still working themselves out. And whatever the ultimate shape of his relationship with the institution he was born into, the specific beginning of the story is the specific morning in a room at Balmoral when he was 12 and his father came to tell him. Diana wanted her sons to have normal childhoods to the extent that was possible, and she worked very hard to give them some of the texture of normal life. The theme parks, the holidays, the specific informality of her domestic relationship with them that was different from the formality of the institutional world they also inhabited. She was, by all accounts, a devoted and loving mother, and the specific love she had for William and Harry was not the love of a public figure managing a domestic image, but the love of a mother who thought about her children every day and who made choices about her time and her schedule based on what they needed. The clearest evidence of who she was is what she left in them. The two men who were the people she most loved in the world, who carry the specific imprint of her specific love in the way they have moved through the world since she left it. That imprint is visible in different ways in each of them, and the ways it is visible are not always the ways that observers would choose, and the choices each of them has made about how to live with the inheritance of being Diana's sons have not been without controversy. But the love that shaped those choices was real, and the person who gave it was real. And she was 36 years old and wanted to go home to her boys the next day. She never made it home. Paris on a late August night. The city has a specific quality in late August, the quality of a city that has been at summer pace and is beginning to return to itself. The Parisians back from their August holidays, the city reasserting its specific identity as a city of work and culture and the daily business of being Paris. The Place Vendôme in late August is still warm. The octagonal plaza with its Napoleonic column at its center, surrounded by the jewelry shops and the hotel facades that make it one of the most formally elegant public spaces in Europe. At midnight on August 30th, the plaza would have been quiet but not empty. The specific midnight quiet of a European city that does not fully sleep. The cafes and the restaurants still with some tables occupied. The occasional cab crossing the plaza. The drive from the Ritz to the Alma Tunnel that Diana and Dodi took on the night of August 30th was approximately 15 minutes along the right bank of the Seine. The route takes you past the Tuileries Garden, past the Louvre's western end, along the Quai des Tuileries and the Quai de la Conférence, through the Place de la Concorde with its Egyptian obelisk and its fountains, and then west along the right bank toward the Alma Bridge. It is one of the most beautiful routes in Paris at any hour. The river on the left and the illuminated city on the right. The specific quality of Paris at midnight in late August, when the tourist crowds have thinned and the city is doing its own private thing. The specific journey they took, the decoy car leaving first, the photographer's attention drawn toward it, the Mercedes leaving through the back entrance on the Rue Cambon, turning into the Rue de Rivoli, heading toward the Place de la Concorde, moving toward the river, was a journey that would have taken them past all of this, past the beauty of Paris at midnight, through the specific geography of one of the world's most beautiful cities. The last geography Diana saw was Paris, one of the most beautiful places in the world, at midnight in late summer. If you are going to spend your last minutes of consciousness somewhere, Paris at midnight in late August is not the worst place. A tunnel was approximately 15 minutes from the hotel. The drive through the city was uneventful, so far as the available evidence shows, until the tunnel. The Mercedes entered the tunnel at approximately 12:22 in the morning. At 12:23, the crash. What Diana was thinking in those final minutes is not knowable. She was in a car being driven through Paris at midnight, probably tired after a long day that had started in Sardinia and included the flight, and the villa visit and the dinner at the Ritz. She may have been looking out the window at the river. She may have been talking to Dodi. She may have been thinking about William and Harry and the flight home the next day. She may have been thinking about nothing in particular, in the specific way of someone who has had a good day and is heading toward the end of it in a state of relative ease. The specific interiority of the last minutes is not available to history. What is available is the evidence of the last day, the photographs of the good morning, the records of the phone calls to her sons, the dinner at the Ritz, the departure into the Paris night, and the evidence of the life that the last day was a part of, the charity work and the boys and the specific woman she was becoming in those final years of her life. She was becoming the person she wanted to be. She had done the hard work of becoming, the specific hard work of leaving a marriage and a role and a version of herself that was wrong for her, and building something that was right. And she was in the middle of that building, 36 years old, and still becoming, still working out what the next phase looked like, still having things to do that she cared about, and people she loved, and a life that was genuinely in progress. The flame above the tunnel burns every night. The flowers still come. The 36 years are what there were, and they were full of enough that the question of what the rest of the years would have held is a question that answers itself every time. William or Harry do something that carries her imprint. Every time the Ottawa Treaty's provisions protect someone from a landmine in a country she visited. Every time someone hears a description of how she sat with an AIDS patient or a landmine survivor or a homeless person and understood something about it that the formalities of royal visits are not designed to communicate. The specific texture of Diana's days in the weeks before August 30th is recoverable in part from the accounts of people who were around her and from the photographs that were taken during that period, and it shows a woman who was genuinely relaxed in a way that earlier periods of her life had not always been. The Mediterranean summer of 1997, the weeks on Mohammed Al-Fayed's yacht in the weeks before the Paris trip, was characterized by swimming, by reading, by the kind of unscheduled time that people with demanding public lives rarely have, and that Diana, who had spent 15 years with every hour allocated to something, was enjoying in a way that was visible to anyone who looked at the photographs. She was reading a lot that summer, books about history, books about spiritual matters. She had a long-standing interest in alternative spirituality, in astrology, and in various forms of meditative practice, interests that the palace found embarrassing, and that she did not particularly try to conceal from the people around her, though she was careful about discussing them in contexts where they might be used to make her look foolish. She had a copy of a book about Sufi poetry on the yacht. She had been in contact with various spiritual advisors over the years, seeking in that domain the specific comfort that the institutional religion of her background had not consistently provided. Her humanitarian work in the months before her death had taken her to Angola in January 1997 and to Bosnia in August 1997, just weeks before Paris. The Bosnia visit was to support the international campaign to ban landmines and came in the specific context of the campaign's push for international adoption of a treaty in the run-up to the Ottawa Conference in December 1997. The photographs from Bosnia show Diana in the specific combination of formal and informal that her humanitarian visits had always achieved. The direct eye contact, the hand-holding, the willingness to sit on the floor or to get to the level of the person she was, with rather than requiring that they come to her level. This quality, the willingness to come down to where people are, rather than requiring them to come up to where you are, was described consistently by the people she met in these contexts as what was different about her, what made the visits different from other charity visits they had had. The Bosnia visit had generated some controversy in Britain. Some political voices, including the Minister of Defense, had questioned whether it was appropriate for a private individual, which Diana was, post-divorce, technically speaking, to be making what amounted to foreign policy interventions by campaigning on an issue that involved the military's use of landmines in certain contexts. Diana's response to this criticism was characteristically direct. She said she was not a political figure, she was a humanitarian one, and the distinction between the politics of military procurement and the human cost of landmines on civilian populations was the distinction she was drawing attention to. She was not particularly interested in the criticism. The people who worked with Diana on the charitable causes describe her working method consistently enough to make a composite picture. She prepared. She read about the issue. She spoke to experts. She went to understand what she was visiting before she visited. She was not interested in the photo opportunity as the primary objective. She was interested in what was actually happening and in how her presence could be useful to the cause, which required understanding what the cause actually was. The demining experts she worked with in Angola described her as asking specific questions about the mechanics of landmine removal and the specific distribution of landmines in particular areas, questions that showed genuine engagement with the subject matter rather than the superficial familiarity of someone who was there for the optics. She also had the specific quality of not needing to be the most important person in the room at all times, which distinguished her from many of the famous people who engage with charitable causes and which the cause workers she collaborated with found unusual and refreshing. She would listen. She would stay longer than the schedule required if the conversation warranted it. She would come back to something she had been told earlier in a visit to follow up on it, showing that she had been paying attention rather than moving through the visit on autopilot. These qualities are simple but uncommon, and their consistency across the different people she worked with in the charitable domain suggests they were genuine rather than performed. The specific efficiency of her time, given the scale of what she managed to accomplish in the last years of her life, is also worth noting. She was not in a formal role that allocated staff and budget to her work. She was working with her own resources and her own judgment about where her attention was best directed, with the support of a small group of advisors and the charities themselves. The landmines work, the HIV/AIDS work, the work with the homeless, the work with cancer charities. These were not a scattered philanthropic portfolio, but a set of causes she had thought about specifically and where she believed her particular form of public presence could make a difference that other forms of advocacy could not. The royal family's response to Diana's death and to the public grief that followed. It has been analyzed extensively and has become one of the defining episodes in the history of the modern British monarchy, a case study in the gap between the institution's internal culture and the expectations of the contemporary public. The Queen's decision to stay at Balmoral and to not address the public immediately in the days after August 31st was a decision made according to the specific protocols of the royal family and the specific values of the generation that governed the institution in 1997, the values of private grief, of stoic management, of the formal protocols that had served the institution through previous crises. Those protocols did not work in this case, and the reason they did not work is specific and important. Diana had created a different public relationship between the institution and the people than had previously existed. She had spoken directly to the public, through the media, about things that the institution believed were private. She had communicated in the emotional register that resonated with people who were themselves experiencing emotional lives they were not supposed to talk about. She had made the royal family feel accessible in a way that it had never before felt accessible. And then she had died, and the institution that she had humanized by her presence within it responded to her death in the impersonal, protocol-driven way that it had always responded to death within the institution. The mismatch between the public's emotional response and the institution's formal response in the week after. August 31st was the defining crisis of the Queen's reign until the COVID-19 pandemic and its resolution. The Queen's unprecedented direct address to the nation, the lowering of the flag, the private but visible acknowledgement that something real had happened and was being felt, was a resolution that came only after considerable public pressure and considerable private advice from people around the Queen who understood that the traditional approach was not working. The Queen gave her address on September 5th, the day before the funeral, speaking from Buckingham Palace in a live broadcast that was itself unprecedented in its directness. She spoke of Diana's qualities. She spoke of the lives she had touched. She said she spoke from her heart. The speech was modest in length and careful in what it committed to, but it was clearly genuine in its acknowledgement that this mattered, that the grief of the country was real and warranted acknowledgement. It was the specific thing that the institutional Queen, in the institutional mode, had been unable to produce in the previous days, and its arrival, however late, was a resolution of sorts of the specific disconnection between the institution and the people that Diana's death had made visible. The specific qualities of Diana's physicality, the way she moved through space, the specific gestures and expressions that the 15 years of photographs had preserved, are part of what made her presence so powerful in the contexts she chose to be present in. She was tall, 5 feet 10 inches, and she had the specific posture of someone who was aware of their height in mixed company and had learned to manage it, a slight forward inclination, a tendency to bring her head toward the person she was, rather than requiring them to look up at her. This posture reads in the photographs as attentiveness, as physical leaning in, and it was at least partly the specific physical adaptation of a tall woman to social contexts where her height might otherwise have been a barrier to the close physical contact that her way of being present required. Her eyes, the specific quality of the eyes in the photographs of Diana, the downcast look that became her signature expression in public contexts, The slight forward inclination of the head that meant the eyes came at you from slightly below rather than straight on. The way this angle made the look seem like a question rather than a statement was described by the photographers who knew her work best as a deliberate choice that she had developed in the early years of her public life, and that became one of the most reproduced expressions in photography. Whether it began as genuine shyness or as a management strategy, or as both simultaneously, is not entirely clear. But it became associated with her so specifically that it communicated something to anyone who saw it, a quality of vulnerability that coexisted with her evident capabilities. The specific quality of her voice has been preserved in dozens of recordings, from the earliest public appearances through to the panorama interview and the speeches at charitable events in the mid-1990s. Changed over time, the early breathy uncertainty of the very young woman who became engaged at 19 to the more controlled, more deliberate delivery of the woman who gave the panorama interview at 34. She learned to speak publicly in the way that people who are required to speak publicly learn, through practice and through the specific feedback of doing it and understanding what worked. The voice in the later speeches, the Angola speech, the speeches to the landmines conferences, has the specific quality of someone who has come to understand that the particular power of their presence in these contexts requires them to be themselves rather than to perform a version of themselves, and who has made the specific adjustment. The dress. There is a specific detail from the day of August 30th that has appeared in various accounts, and that is worth including because of what it shows about the specific quality of Diana's self-awareness and her attention to the significance of context. The dress she wore for the arrival at the Ritz on the evening of August 30th. The cream outfit visible in the photographs of her entering the hotel was a specific choice. Diana always made specific choices about what she wore in contexts where she understood there would be photographs, because she understood that the photographs would be published and that what she wore would be part of the message. The cream outfit is elegant and undemonstrative, appropriate for a hotel arrival in Paris in the evening, neither formal enough to be a statement nor casual enough to be a dismissal. It is a choice that says, I am here, I am not hiding, I am not performing for you, but I am aware of you. This is the specific register of someone who has been managed and managing the presence of cameras for 16 years, and who has arrived at a relationship with the cameras that is not comfortable exactly, but is negotiated. A specific equilibrium between the awareness of being watched and the maintenance of a self that is being watched on one's own terms. She pushed her sunglasses up on her head as she arrived at the Ritz. This is visible in the photographs. The sunglasses up, the face visible, the slight expression that acknowledges the photographers without engaging them directly. This too is a specific gesture, the gesture of someone who has decided that on this arrival, in this moment, she will not hide behind the glasses. She arrived at the Ritz on the evening of August 30th with her face open to the cameras. The 26 years since. The world that Diana moved through in 1997 is visibly different from the world of the 2020s in specific ways that she did not live to see. The internet was in its early stages in 1997. The web existed, but social media did not. The paparazzi economy that had shaped the pursuit of her image was operating through print media and photo agencies, rather than through the immediate global distribution that Instagram and Twitter would subsequently make available. The specific media landscape that contributed to the circumstances of her death has been superseded by a media landscape that is in some ways less controlled, and in some ways more, but that has maintained and in some respects accelerated the specific logic of celebrity image value that made Diana's face the most commercially valuable face in the world in the mid-1990s. What would she have made of it? The question is unanswerable in specific terms, but invites thinking about what she actually did with the media of her time, which was to understand it and use it selectively, to maintain some measure of privacy, while engaging publicly when it served the causes she cared about, to negotiate rather than to simply be consumed. She was getting better at this in the final years. The person who had given the Panorama interview in 1995 was considerably more sophisticated in her use of media than the person who had wept in public at public events in the early years of the marriage and hadn't understood why it created problems. She was learning, and what she was learning was how to be in the public world on her own terms, rather than on anyone else's. She was 36. People are still learning how to be in the world at 36. She wanted to be a queen of hearts. She said it in the Panorama interview, in what became one of the most quoted sentences she ever said. I would like to be a queen in people's hearts. And the specific quality of the aspiration, its directness and its lack of institutional grandeur, was characteristic of what she had become by the time she said it. She was not asking for formal power. She was not asking for title or precedence, or any of the things that the institution organized itself around. She was asking for the specific thing that she was actually in a position to give and receive, which was the direct human connection between a person and the people she met, the quality of presence and compassion that she had, and that she wanted to apply to the world. She was a queen of hearts. Present tense, not past tense, in the specific way that people who gave themselves to others in the manner she did remain present after they're gone, in the specific human quality that she left in the people she touched, and in the work she contributed to, and in the two men who were her sons. The Landmines Treaty is not unrelated to her. The conversation about mental health in Britain is not unrelated to her. The specific expectation that public figures should be emotionally present rather than formally remote, that William and Harry have both worked with in different ways. This is not unrelated to her. She was 36, and she is 36, in the specific way of people who die at 36 and stop aging. The photographs of her in Sardinia in the last summer, laughing in the Mediterranean light, will always be the photographs of a 36-year-old woman who is having a good time and who is heading towards something that the photographs cannot yet know about, and that we cannot look at them without knowing about. This is the specific quality of the final photographs of any person who died before the world expected, the specific afterlife of the images, the way the knowledge of what came after is always present in the looking. There is a question that sits at the edge of any account of Diana's last 24 hours, and that belongs in the account, even though it cannot be answered. What did she know about her own situation, in the specific sense of safety in those final hours? Did she feel safe? Did anything in the evening of August 30th feel wrong to her? The available evidence suggests no. The accounts of the people who were with her through the evening describe a woman who was in good spirits, who enjoyed the dinner, who participated in the conversations about the departure without apparent anxiety. The specific decision-making about how to leave the Ritz was conducted by the security team, not by Diana. She was informed of the plan, as was standard, but the operational decisions about the route and the car and the driver were the security team's decisions. She was not in a position to evaluate the qualifications of the driver or the specific wisdom of the plan in the way that a security professional would have been. She trusted the people who were supposed to keep her safe. This is the specific and very simple tragedy at the center of the operational decisions of that night. The people who were supposed to keep her safe made a series of decisions that, in their aggregate, produced circumstances that were not safe, and she was not in a position to know this, and she trusted that they knew what they were doing, and they didn't, not adequately. The trust. It's the thing that makes the night what it is, beneath all the analysis and the inquiry findings, and the specific details of blood alcohol levels, and road speeds and seatbelt use. She trusted the situation. She trusted the people around her. She was on her way to an apartment in Paris with someone she liked, and the following day she was going back to London to see her boys. And the night was warm, and the city was beautiful, and the evening had been pleasant. She had no reason to be afraid. The Pont de l'Alma, the bridge above the tunnel, is a 19th century bridge, one of the many bridges that cross the Seine in Paris, named for a battle in the Crimean War in which French and British forces defeated the Russians in 1854. The name Alma comes from a river in Crimea. The battle was a British and French victory. The bridge that bears the battle's name spans the Seine between the 8th and 7th arrondissements. And the flame that sits on its south bank, the replica of the Statue of Liberty's torch, is visible from the bridge above and from the road along the right bank below. The flame was installed in 1987, 10 years before Diana's death, as a gift from the International Herald Tribune to the city of Paris to mark the centenary of the newspaper's founding. It had no connection to Diana, to the British royal family, to any of the events of August 1997. It was simply there, a decorative and commemorative object in its own right, on a plinth above the entrance to the tunnel, doing what it had been doing since 1987, which was nothing in particular except being golden in the Paris light. The transformation of this incidental object into one of the most visited memorial sites in Europe is one of those things. About popular grief that reveals something specific about how grief works, about the human need for a physical focus, for a place that corresponds to the feeling, for a specific object in the specific place where the thing happened. The flame was there. The tunnel was beneath it. The connection between the flame and the death was not causal, but it was spatial, and spatial adjacency turned out to be sufficient. The flowers at the base of the flame are renewed regularly by the city's park services, but private additions accumulate between the renewals. Photographs, notes, personal objects left by visitors from everywhere. On the anniversary, August 31st each year, the accumulation is especially dense. People come from Australia, and from Japan, and from Brazil, and from Morocco, and from the small towns of England, and from Paris itself, to stand at the flame and think about what they want to think about, which varies enormously between individuals, but which has in common the specific act of coming to a place and being there, and letting the being there do what being in a place can do, which is to make the abstract concrete and the distant near. The photographers who were in the tunnel in the minutes after the crash have never been the subject of the kind of public reckoning that might have been expected given the circumstances. The French judicial inquiry investigated them as potential causes of the crash and reached the conclusion that the pursuing vehicles contributed to it, but the specific legal proceedings against the photographers who were present were dropped after years of investigation, when the examining magistrate concluded that the evidence did not support criminal charges. The photographers were not convicted of any crime. Several of them subsequently gave interviews about their experience of the night, interviews that varied in their expression of responsibility and in their account of the specific sequence of events. The specific question of the moral responsibility of the photographers, distinct from the legal question, has not been publicly resolved and cannot be, because moral responsibility in this kind of case is distributed across a system and an industry, rather than concentrated in specific individuals, and systems do not face moral reckoning in the way that individuals do. The paparazzi who chased Diana through Paris on August 30th were doing what the market for their photographs had incentivized them to do. Were doing what dozens of photographers had done dozens of times before. Were doing what the publication of the resulting photographs by newspapers and magazines throughout the world validated and rewarded. The system that produced the behavior was broader than the individuals who enacted it on that night. The specific reforms that Diana's death prompted in British press behavior, the voluntary agreements, the period of restraint, were insufficient, as the phone hacking revelations of the following decade demonstrated. The culture of intrusion that had characterized the coverage of Diana's private life was the same culture that had installed listening devices in the voicemails of public figures and crime victims and the families of murdered teenagers. It was a culture of entitlement to private information, a belief that the commercial value of information justified the means by which it was obtained. Diana's death made this culture visible, made it the subject of public revulsion, and then the revulsion subsided and the culture continued, modified at the edges, but structurally unchanged, until the criminal nature of some of its practices was exposed and prosecuted. She was 36. She had been in the public eye since she was 19. She had spent 17 years being the most photographed woman in the world, which is a way of saying that she had spent 17 years having less privacy than any other private individual in the world, had spent 17 years living inside a relationship with public attention that she had not chosen, and that had shaped her life in ways that she was still, at 36, working through. The specific psychological cost of this, of living under sustained, intense public attention from the age of 19, of having the breakdown of your marriage reported on daily, of having your eating disorder discussed in the newspapers, of having your private relationships tracked by photographers on motorbikes, was something that the people who knew her well described as significant and real, something she carried and managed and tried to separate from her actual sense of self with varying success. She did separate it, to a significant degree. The person who laughed in the Sardinian photographs was not performing for the cameras. The cameras were there, inevitably, but the laughter was real. The person who sat with the AIDS patients in the London hospices was not performing compassion. The compassion was real. The person who called her sons every evening when she was away from them was not managing a media narrative. The love was real. The real things existed alongside the performed things, and the real things were what made her what she was, and the real things are what continued after the tunnel. She was 36. The last 24 hours were the last 24 of 36 years, and the 36 years had in them everything the account requires. The difficult beginning, the rise, the marriage, the collapse of the marriage, the finding of herself again, the work she chose and did well, the boys she raised and loved, the happiness she was in the process of building. She was a woman in the middle of her life, not at the end of it by any reasonable expectation. And the morning of August 31st, it took her by surprise, took everyone by surprise, because 36 is not the age at which you expect a morning to be the last one. The specific quality of the grief that Britain experienced in September 1997 has been analyzed by sociologists and historians and cultural commentators in the years since, and the analyses have produced a range of interpretations. That it was a genuine collective grief for a person who had communicated with the British public in a way no public figure had previously managed. That it was in part displaced grief for other losses, a culturally authorized expression of sadness that British culture did not ordinarily permit. That it was a media-amplified response that looked larger than it was because the cameras were everywhere. That it was the specific grief of a generation that had grown up watching Diana and had experienced her public suffering and her recovery as a kind of narrative that had suddenly and violently been denied its continuation. All of these interpretations contain something true. What they share is the premise that something real happened in Britain in September 1997, that the grief was not manufactured or performed in any fundamental sense, even if it was shaped and amplified by the specific media environment of the time. The people who stood in the queues were sad. The flowers were real. The silence on the funeral route was real. The applause in the abbey was real. These are not the artifacts of a media-driven response, but the expressions of people who felt something specific and needed to be somewhere specific and did something specific with what they felt. She was real. That is the specific thing that the grief was responding to. In a world of public figures whose public personas are managed and constructed and carefully separated from anything that might be called an actual self, Diana had allowed her actual self to be visible, imperfectly, strategically, not always in ways that she fully controlled, but genuinely. She had been sad in public and had talked about being sad. She had struggled and had talked about struggling. She had been wrong about things and had been seen being wrong. She had been happy and had been seen being happy. She was real, and the people who had watched her be real for 16 years felt the loss of a real person rather than the loss of a figure. That is the last thing to hold on to from the 24 hours of August 30th and 31st, 1997. She was real. The last day was real. The Mediterranean morning, The flight to Paris, the villa visit, the dinner, the hotel, the departure, the tunnel. These were the last hours of a real person's real life, experienced in the way that real people experience their hours, without the knowledge that the hours are last hours, in the expectation of more. There were no more. There was the tunnel. And then there was everything that came after, which is what happens when someone who was real is gone, and the realness of them is what remains. She was 36. She wanted to be a queen of hearts. The world she left behind. It is worth noting specifically what changed because of her, and what did not change, because the honest account requires both. The Ottawa Treaty on Landmines was signed in December 1997, 4 months after her death, by 122 countries. It has subsequently been signed by 164 countries. The United States, Russia, and China have not signed it. The treaty bans the production, stockpiling, and use of anti-personnel landmines by its signatory states. Its enforcement is imperfect, and its reach is limited by the non-participation of the world's major arms-producing nations. But it exists, it is operative, and the specific advocacy campaign that Diana contributed to in Angola and Bosnia, and in her public statements in the last year of her life, was part of what made the treaty possible in the time frame in which it was achieved. The people who led that campaign have consistently credited her contribution to it. The conversation about AIDS and about the specific treatment of AIDS patients changed in Britain and to some extent internationally in the years after Diana's most visible advocacy on the issue. The specific act of sitting with AIDS patients, of shaking hands without gloves, of treating people with AIDS as people deserving of ordinary human contact rather than as objects of fear. These acts, when performed by the most photographed woman in the world, in front of the cameras of the world, communicated something about the disease and about the people who had it that was more effective than any public health campaign. The fact that this now seems obvious is partly because Diana made it obvious. These are the things that changed. The paparazzi culture did not fundamentally change, though it was reformed at the edges. The institutional culture of the royal family changed somewhat, but slowly and imperfectly. The specific conversation about the human cost of the pursuit of celebrity images has had to be renewed repeatedly in the decades since, because the economic logic of the market does not change because of the human cost it sometimes produces. She was one person. One person cannot change systems. She was not trying to change systems. She was trying to do what she could in the time she had with the platform she had been given and the values she had developed. What she did was real, and some of what she did lasted, and the rest of it is what it is, which is the honest record of a real person who was 36 years old and who had 17 hours left when August 30th, 1997 began. She wanted to go home to her boys. The flight was booked for August 31st. She didn't make the flight. The boys were at Balmoral when the morning came, and their father woke them. And that morning became what that morning became. The morning that defined what came after for both of them. The morning that sits at the beginning of their adult lives as the event that shaped everything that followed. She was a queen of hearts. She called her sons on the evening of August 30th and said goodnight. The goodnight was the last thing she said to them. They didn't know it was the last thing. Neither did she. A specific weight of the word goodbye. She said goodnight to William and Harry on the phone on the evening of August 30th. And goodnight is not goodbye. And the difference between those two words is the difference between the expectation of continuation and the knowledge of ending. She said goodnight in the expectation of tomorrow, in the expectation of the reunion the following day, in the expectation of continuing to be their mother for the decades of their lives that remained. The goodnight was said in good faith, with the specific confidence of a person who has tomorrow to look forward to. The mothers and fathers who listen to this tonight, wherever you are, if you said goodnight to your children today, in whatever form that took, with whatever specific words, with whatever degree of attention, or distraction, or tiredness, or love, that is the thing she was doing on the evening of August 30th, 1997. The specific ordinary act of a parent saying goodnight to their children before bed. The act that has been performed in every language and every culture since language and culture began. The act that assumes tomorrow, because tomorrow is what has always come. She performed this act for the last time and didn't know it was the last time. And the not knowing is the specific mercy of the last ordinary acts, that they are allowed to be ordinary. She was a queen of hearts. The goodnight was the last ordinary act of the last ordinary evening. Then Paris and the tunnel, and August 31st, and the flame. The flame still burns. The flowers still come. The years keep going. The world in which Diana's children are living now is a world shaped by what happened on August 31st, 1997, and by everything that happened before it, and by everything she gave them before that morning. William is Prince of Wales, father of 3, carrying forward the institution his mother found suffocating in ways that he believes can be made to work, working within it as she worked within it and against it, finding the balance that she was still finding when she died. Harry is in California with his family, having found the balance he needed somewhere outside the institution, having made the choices that made sense to him in the light of what happened to his mother, and what he believes contributed to it, living with the consequences of those choices, in the specific way of people who have decided that authenticity is worth the cost. Neither of them is simply their mother's son. They are full people with their own characters and their own lives and their own choices. But the question of their mother, the question of what they lost at 15 and 12, the question of what the specific love and the specific presence and the specific person she was left in, them, this question runs through everything they do and everything they are, as it would for anyone who lost a parent at 15 and 12, as it would for anyone whose parent was who she was. She was real. That is the final thing. She was a real person who lived a real life for 36 years and who loved her children in the specific real way that the people who knew her describe, and who left something of herself in them that they carry forward, and who said goodnight on August 30th, 1997, in the expectation of tomorrow. August 30th, 1997. A morning in Sardinia. A flight to Paris. A villa that belonged to a duke who gave up his crown. A hotel that belonged to the father of the man she was falling for. A dinner. A plan to leave quietly. A tunnel. And then the morning of August 31st, and the world that the morning found in its specific altered state, the world in which the most photographed woman of the century was gone. She had 36 years. She used them for everything she could. She was still using them, was in the middle of using them, was planning how to use the next ones when the tunnel came. She didn't choose the tunnel. The tunnel came to her, as the specific things that end lives come, unbidden, unanticipated, in the middle of the ordinary. She said goodnight to her sons on August 30th. She was 36. She was in Paris. She was happy. She was going home in the morning. The flame burns. The flowers come. William and Harry are men now, with children of their own, carrying her in them. The resting place. Diana is buried on a small island in the ornamental lake at Althorpe, the Spencer family's estate in Northamptonshire. The island, called the Round Oval, is accessible across a wooden footbridge that is kept locked, and the grave is marked with a simple stone. The island is surrounded by water and by the willows and the specific quiet of a private estate in the English countryside, and it is, in its specific way, the most private of the places that Diana ever occupied in her very public life. Not a public monument, not a church or a royal mausoleum, but a family estate, her brother's land, surrounded by the water that keeps it separate from the world. She has been there since September 6, 1997. Visitors to Althorpe can see the island across the water during the summer opening of the estate, and they come from everywhere, still 26 years on. They stand at the water's edge and look at the island and think their thoughts, which are their own and which belong to them. The estate has a small museum dedicated to Diana, photographs and objects from her life, the specific material record of a person whose public life generated an enormous archive of material and whose private life was rather less well represented. The museum is respectful and careful in what it shows and what it withholds. She was 36. The 24 hours of August 30th and 31st, 1997, began in the specific warmth of a Sardinian morning and ended in the specific darkness of a Paris tunnel. And between those two endpoints was everything the account has been. The flight and the villa and the dinner and the hotel and the plan and the departure and the route along the Seine and the tunnel and the ambulance and the hospital and 4 a.m. and the morning of August 31st arriving without her in it. 24 hours that were the last 24 hours of a life that had been 36 years long, and that was still in the middle of itself. The flame above the Pont de Lama burns tonight. The island at Althorpe is quiet. The years have gone on, 26 of them, and the world has changed and gone on changing and will keep changing. And the 36 years that were Diana Frances Spencer's life remain what they were, specific, real, full of the things that lives are full of, love and difficulty and work, and the specific human capacity for both suffering and for joy that she had in full measure. She was going home in the morning. She said good night. Sleep well.